Zaum. Welcome back to Disco Elysium. I think this is the last day. This should be final. Alright, we're here. I forgot why, but now I remember. We have to face Kuno. Take down Kuno's dad optional. Optional? I don't think that's a choice there. Well, let's go in.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached, threatening to cut off the electricity. It's addressed to Mr. Uno de Reuter.
Uno, huh? De Reuter.
Your heartbeat quickens, palms go sweaty. The siren of amphetamine is singing you her song.
So you found where Kuno's dad lives.
And the place comes with 3 months' worth of utility bills.
Let's equip chain cutters. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need it. I'll keep the gun as well. I'm not left-handed. No. Shit. There we go. We'll knock as well. Let's be polite.
No response. The apartment numbers have fallen off the door, leaving the panel with a sticky 1 shaped shadow and a marker drawn 2. Good thing you already have the chain cutters in your hand. Nothing left to do now but snip, snip.
Alright, 97%. Oh, let's see if I win.
It should be easy, but it's just an awkward thing.
God damn it.
Okay. The door doesn't really open wide enough to really get the cutters through. You can't get the leverage you need. And the cutters are blunt. And the chain is just super strong, okay? It's not your fault you can't cut it.
Are you serious? 97%.
Fabric rustles. The lieutenant's chin catches against his collar. He is looking on, shaking his head in disappointment.
Trouble with the chain, officer?
These are no ordinary chains. They are titanium chains. Supreme titanium, Kim. Hey, don't look at me. You're the one packing shitty chain cutters. I'll be honest. I'm just not that good with my hands. I'll just lie. Why not? Titanium chains.
Supreme titanium? Sure. The door inside this complex has super hard, super expensive chains.
You can't stand for that. Come on, show him what you can really do.
I'm gonna be beat by a goddamn dog. I think that was scripted. Fail. Oh.
So much for that goddamn chain. The links fall to the ground on the other side of the door. You have bested the titanium menace.
I know there's no stopping you, but let's at least make this quick.
Alright. No more snip snip. It's why the fuck not? Wait, right hand. There we go. I want the helmet, but I'm not sure if I can actually get the helmet. Money. Kuno de Reuter is the name of the unfinished homework. Kuno. Glossy erotica covers the wall wrinkled from moisture. I hear someone. There stinks with something sour. Regular black jeans. Black jeans. Sounds like a song, but whatever. Conversion +1. Normal day for a normal guy. Thank God for black jeans. Everyone looks good in black jeans. Combine it with your favorite book, t-shirt, and yellow plastic bag to channel that laid-back trash bin raccoon. Meets a cool professor vibe, or do whatever you want. It's just a pair of black jeans after all. Why's part of me, just disappearing? I like the black jeans. I do like this look, but the coat is just way better.
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slouched. The magnesium levels in your blood are dangerously low. It's about the low magnesium levels and not the high alcohol levels.
I fucking knew it wasn't the alcohol or the other things. There's a lack of magnesium in me.
Yeah, the other things. Long live the other things. Made you strong as an ox, they have. Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the lack of magnesium in your bloodstream.
So I need to mag it sideways? So I need to mag it up? To mag it sideways?
Mag it sideways? What are you talking about? You need to mag it up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already.
Probably.
And the only prescription is insane amounts of magnesium. 1 stroke? Don't be so modest. He's having one right now.
I need to stop thinking about this. You're saying I need to become a magnesium-based life form?
Yes. If you want to live, you need to evolve. You need to transcend the carbon barrier.
Go to the apothecary.
Go to the apothecary and buy insane amounts.
What calls it the apothecary
magnesium.
nowadays?
It will reverse the damage to your circulatory system.
Actually sounds pretty good.
Just remember, it's not the alcohol. Buy more of that too. Alcohol is not the problem. And it's certainly not the dextroamphetamine, nor smoking for 40 years. It's the lack of magnesium and excess of coffee. You should stop drinking coffee. It wreaks havoc on your gastrointestinal system.
Thank God it's not the other 3. The other problem is it's just coffee. Well, it's not like I can pop it on. I might get rid of some kind of superstar and put on magnesium-based life form. Maybe date of birth generator. Or shakes. It's from 2 years ago.
A phone book lies open on the table, covering a stack of utility bills. Right next to it, in plain sight, sits a small bottle of amphetamine, conveniently equipped with a straw.
With a straw? Lieutenant, I've looked at psychoactive substances on this table.
Good. Confiscated.
The minuscule amount of amphetamine doesn't interest the lieutenant in the slightest. He listens instead to something in the other room.
Take the speed from the
They
table.
pocket the bottle as if it were the most natural thing in the world.
It is pretty natural. Speed bottle. How convenient. Someone has equipped this tiny bottle of amphetamines with a straw. It's a lorry man's speed on the go. Uses left 4. Oh yeah, that's the board game. That's in the inventory. Now get the fuck up.
A bundle of clothes heaped on the bed. A stained parka. Some towels and a duvet. Some socks even. In the dark, it looks like a nest.
Hold up, Lieutenant. Look at that pile of clothes. It's covered his nose. Slowly reach out your hand.
Something underneath there is breathing. It's not too late. No one's going to blame you for backing out. You don't have to do this. Just get out.
Now keep extending your hand towards the pile.
Your hand touches a greasy duvet covered in cigarette burns and ketchup stains. You hear a growl. There is something alive underneath it. It's deep, in suffering somehow.
Pull the blanket off.
You see a 60-year-old, fat, red-headed man passed out from large amounts of alcohol, and God knows what else. The smell of shit rises from his mouth.
Actual shit?
You don't have to take him down. He's already down.
Kim, is this thing even alive?
I'm afraid it is. Look, it moves.
It points to a fleshy lump sticking out from the other end of the blanket. The limb seems to be twitching from time to time.
And look, the other foot is camouflaged by a striped sock bearing the name Maxtor on the sole. 3 toes are poking out of a hole. Maxtor is a gas company. He's wearing free socks from a gas company. They probably came with the bills.
I see.
A groan rises from the man's throat, dry like a death rattle. He's trying to say something in his sleep.
Alright, let's hear it.
The man groans once again, but his tongue keeps failing him. It's impossible to make out the syllables. A hand emerges from the blankets, trying to gesticulate something. And then it dawns upon you, clear and surreal. Pigs, he says. He's trying to call you pigs.
Fuck you, die. What'd you just say? You're awake. He's awake.
His hand falls back on the bed, limp and defeated. A loud snore escapes his mouth. He's asleep again.
At least he got to say his piece.
Is it Kuno's father we see?
Well, judging by the color of his hair, I would say yes, it is.
The lieutenant's right. The man's unwashed hair bears a familiar ginger tone. Even the hair on his chest is coppery. The light from the window falls into his half-open eyes.
I was expecting something worse. Can't believe it. Kuno's dad isn't a loser. Must be someone else. Doesn't look like he's gonna fuck anyone up anytime soon.
No, it really doesn't. This looks very hard to recover from. This man won't be feeding his family anytime soon. Not that he was, but at least he won't be beating his son.
A pair of half-open bug eyes is staring back at you from the dark, empty, and frozen. It's clear that the person behind them is not awake. His half-open eyes give him the look of a dead man. But he is in there, and not enjoying himself.
Hold on, what happened to his eyes? He's gonna sleep it off, I know this shit. It's serious damage. Still not sure he's dead. He's not dead.
Can't you tell? It happens to exceptionally committed substance abusers. They fall asleep with their eyelids still open. Not a pretty sight.
Suddenly the man starts growling. 3 words manage to escape his mouth, along with a strong stench of alcohol.
Look, he's trying to communicate.
I took your amphetamine, old man.
Silence. Only heat emanates from the sleeping body.
Maybe we should help him somehow.
What is there to do? We could turn him on his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit, but he's already on his side.
Excellent form.
We could take him to Remedy or Saint-Baptiste, but he doesn't have money for medical services. The almshouse would turn him down. They don't do charity for people who are trying to kill themselves. Besides, he'll be dead in a few.
Lieutenant stops listening to him.
The pile of blankets grunts miserably.
He'll be dead in a few days.
The aging alcoholic is still there, breathing. The air in the room.
Well,
The lieutenant's right.
I think he's still quite bad. I mean, what he had. This man.
A pair of half-open, but his half-open eyes give him the
Look, he's trying to communicate. I'm afraid.
and look. Next, a groan rises from.
Alright. Nothing I can do here. Just leave.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Now here comes the difficult part. What am I gonna tell Kuno? How am I gonna get him to stop?
Fuck does Kuno care?
Took care of the drug situation.
Alright, so you got Kuno's kilo. Here is how we do it. First, you give Kuno Kuno's kilo, then Kuno gives you half back. That's how we split it. It's the best way, street way.
Aren't you gonna ask how I got past your dad?
Word on the street is, you sent your little friend in dressed as a hooker, distraction style. That's some sick shit.
Not approvingly to the lieutenant.
Not a single muscle moves on the lieutenant's face.
Kuno wants to hear all about it, but first we split the kilo, then we shoot the shit.
By kilo you mean gram, right?
Kuno knows what Kuno means.
Alright, fair is fair. You carry the vial. I'm keeping it. You don't need any more drugs. You're 12. Don't give it to Kuno. I'm keeping it. And I'm doing it all myself. Don't give it to Kuno. I'm not ready to make this decision.
The fuck are you talking about? Getting Kuno all worked up for nothing? Alright, that's how we split it. It's the best way, street way.
Yeah, you're 12. You don't need speed.
Alright. Kuno knew you'd try that sneaky pig shit on him.
Tell him, Kuno.
Kuno's got brains. This shit doesn't surprise Kuno. So Kuno's gonna give you one more chance. Know this, pig. Shit is major.
Major fucking choice, pig.
Kuno won't take this shit lightly. The pieces are moving, pig. This is fucking domino shit.
It's hard to see how not giving a boy a bag of amphetamine would cause some catastrophic cascade response. Hard to see, but easy to feel. Somehow, this will change things.
Tick, 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 tick.
For the better?
Decision time. What's it gonna be?
Not sure.
You gonna fuck the Kuno?
Okay. But just be smart about this. This is staying with me.
Alright. You fucked the Kuno. Everybody, Kuno got fucked by his pocket pig. Just when we getting our business on, the pig throws it all away.
I told you he can't be trusted. I told you. I told you he'd steal the shit.
Relax, see? We got plenty of kilo. Kilo underground, in the tree. This ain't about that. This is about you and Kuno. You mismanaged this shit. Now everything is fucked between us. How are you gonna make this up to the Kuno, huh?
There is genuine disappointment below the act, sire. In truth, Kuno doesn't really believe there's anything you can do to make up for this. The damage is irreparable.
Kuno, I met your dad.
Yeah? How the fuck are you still alive, pig?
It was dark in there. We sneaked in and got out. It was what she said. Kim dressed up as a hooker, full drag, distracted him. Kuno, your dad is a half-dead alcoholic. He was sleeping under some clothes. I killed your dad, Kuno.
What is this shit? He's fucked up on roids to drink more. You can't kill him. Kuno's dad says he'll die by his own hand. Die suicide style. What?
His eyes become large and round.
His posture changes. The swaying rooster motion stops for a second. Then he gets it going again, reorienting himself.
Fuck right. Kuno's dad was sleeping like a bum. Kuno told ya. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about anything. Fucking breaking and entering shit. That's nothing to Kuno's dad. You got lucky, pig. Kuno knew this. Kuno's fucking violent fiend dad's been drinking hard lately. Kuno knew you have a way in. Narrow window. Kuno window.
Stop acting, Kuno window? Come on, kid, just stop. Stop acting tough, kid. You don't have to be scared of him anymore. Whatever scary thing he might have been, now he is nothing. Yeah, I was wrong. He was hardcore. A real killer. Now he's nothing.
Yeah? Kuno's dad is fucking nothing. Fucking coma shit, stroke shit. Kuno's dad is so fucking violent. He's had a stroke many times. Shit. Kuno's gonna have one too. Gonna be just like Kuno's dad. Speed shit, crime shit, fucking on the bed. Kuno's gonna go out like Kuno's dad. Revachol West style.
Stop saying all this sad shit, Kuno.
This becomes smaller than usual.
There's a touch of grief in there.
Fuck are you talking, sad? Kuno's got hard shit, death shit, nothing shit.
You don't have to turn into that. Chances are you are gonna turn into that. Say nothing. Change the subject.
Get your fucking nun-ass out of here before Kuno fucks it dead. You think cause you took Kuno's speed, Kuno's gonna sub like a turn into... Kuno ain't turning into shit. Kuno is that shit.
If he doesn't stop soon, he's going to collapse from exhaustion. He's red all over.
Kuno won! Oh, you won, Kuno!
Relief is palpable. The young hat and the little hat jumps up and down behind the fence.
He did not win. There is a crack in there now, and it's spreading across the face of his certainty.
I looked around in there. It's not the easy life you've got going on in that apartment.
The fuck do you know about Kuno's life? Kuno's got plans. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, we got plans!
6 meters underground, below piping from before the war.
Yeah.
The collapsed remains of the Martinez storm drain system. There are 2 stolen flashlights with piles of batteries next to them, beside 2 bedrolls, in the dark and opening into the lower tunnels.
There was a textbook with your name on it in the apartment.
Yeah, so fucking what?
It says Kuno, not Kuno. Kuno de Orita.
Fuck are you talking to Kuno about that kiddie shit?
That's a lame name, Kuno. I like it. Kuno de Orita.
He's trying to fuck you again.
Fuck out of here. Kuno knows it's fucking lame. That's why Kuno changed it. Kuno can change his name into anything. Gonna change my name into...
Don't change your name into that, Kuno.
There were tons of unpaid utility bills there.
Fuck right there were. Fucking 3 years or some shit.
Let me guess. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about them. That's no place to live in. You have to find somewhere else. Find a job. Pay them yourself. Your dad can't handle things anymore.
Fuck that shit. Kuno's gonna move underground. Let I am shit. Ancient shit. Kuno's gonna live in a fucking catacomb.
Yeah, in a tomb, Kuno.
Fuck right there were. Yeah, that's right. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about that electricity and light shit. Just wants to pound on people and drink. That's right. It's a shithole. Kuno's gonna move underground. Leroy.
Yeah, in a tomb, Kuno.
I did right not to give you the drugs. Let's conclude this.
That didn't change shit, pig. That only made things worse. Fucking social worker shit. It doesn't work, pig.
It doesn't work, Kuno. Only our shit works.
She tries to bind their fates together. She needs him. Bad.
Still
The
what you
fuck
share.
do you want with it? Good call, Pigmeister. Kuno doesn't fucking... Fuck does Kuno care?
He doesn't care.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
How about you, Kness?
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
John, converse with me.
Murder was the case.
Right. Want to talk?
Yes.
Okay. So there's nothing. Okay, skill point. What do I want to use it for? Rhetoric. Cargo container. I think rhetoric is the way to go. Man, and next playthrough I'm gonna build full rhetoric. It's so fucking stupid. Let's see if I can equip something that can give me more rhetoric. +1 white polo shirt. That's it. 1? Oh well, whatever.
Oh, sorry, officer. What do you want? Officer, Yes? What about... Oh, yeah,
We up.
it is... I just don't know it.
Oh, I can't ask him for the fucking... Oh well, whatever.
Everything's still cool
Hey,
here,
you cunt.
officer.
Give me some money.
No need to dress this one up. Just
Oh, okay.
Because I am corrupt.
Ah, yes.
Are you trying to ask for a bribe?
Sorry, detective.
Shit. Oh well, let's have one more chance. Rhetoric the container, that's right. Not sure where I'm going with this. Whatever. Oh. 3 T's, how idiomatic. Oh, is that rhetoric? Rhetoric going off? No, yeah, shove this on. Nope.
right to work.
I never found out who the other person was, and yeah, obviously it's definitely Ruby, since you know she ran away and prepared a whole trap for us, well not for us, but you know, for the mercenaries that are after her. That doesn't scream guilty. I don't know what does.
You're back before the cargo container.
8%. Well,
Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
come on, 8%.
As it's always been, it's impossible to open a container with the rhetoric. Maybe you're losing your mind.
No, it's definitely possible. I just need more rhetoric. 8%, that's not bad. It's not bad. Oh, can I teleport from here anyway? It's time to end this. Well, I'm not sure if it's actually the end of the game. It certainly feels like it. I do want my helmet. I'm not sure how to get it though. Get the fuck down. This is the worst part. Go! Oh my god. Go! Ah, finally. Yeah, if there was something to change in this game, it's that. Also, equipping left hand and right hand. That's kind of shit. But yeah, other than that, this game's great. Well, maybe the fast travel could be a bit better, I guess. Matt Wall, Renee, Cockatoo, Joyce, Gaston, Trash Container, the Student Communist. I'm not sure about that. Should I wait and do the student communist? Yeah, I'll just play some board games in the meanwhile. Yeah, we're looking at
The
suzerainty.
suzerainty box is heavy
Kim, wanna play?
and slightly awkward in your hands. You give it a light shake and feel the pieces shift around inside. The lieutenant looks over the rulebook before he sees something that makes his eyes go wide.
Holy shit. The average playing time for this game is 1 to 6 hours.
1 to 6 hours. Well, if you're bad at the game, Kim, it's gonna take 6 hours.
I'm not sure we can afford to set aside that kind of time for a game.
Suggestion: convince Kim to play with you. Come on, it's just one game. We could make it an hour.
What? Does the lieutenant hate fun? Is he the fun police?
Who done and made you the fun police?
The lieutenant gives you a sour look. He may or may not hate fun, but either way, he does not appreciate your attitude.
Come on.
Have you tried goading him?
You just chicken out because you know I'd crush your ass.
In your dreams, maybe. I've thrashed my share of trash talkers before. Now come on, let's put childish things aside.
Ignore the mock umbrage. Now he wants to prove it to you.
Uh-huh. Now let's do it.
What is detective work if not an elaborate game? You need logical inference, attention to detail, the ability to analyze your opponent's motives.
Come on. Might help us think of a more creative solutions to the case.
I do feel like my thinking has become somewhat rigid. Maybe a little diversion to keep the mind limber is just what's in order.
See? He's doing the hard work himself. All he needed was a little nudge.
Let me see what thoughts I have currently. The Interlindian Miracle. Which I'm not sure what it does. Well, whatever.
Alright, you've convinced me. How do we play?
No. Let's wing it. I read the rules already. I'll show you.
You explain the basic setup procedures to the lieutenant, who seems to be a quick study. You each take your bag of tokens and counters and unfold the board between you. In the center is the crown of Revachon. Radiating outward are her colorful vessels, each one supplying some raw material desired by the suzerain. Apricots from Safre, archaeological treasures from Ilmarat, sugars from the Seminine Islands, and magenta cocaine from Supra Muindi and Sara Maritza. There's also a neat little log to keep track of your progress in case you need to put the game away and return to it later.
Oh.
The lieutenant goes first. He draws a contract card and moves several of his workers to the Safre territory of the board and the others to the Seminine Islands.
Alright, detective, your turn.
You have
Actually
a few
playing?
options available to you. Will you try to fulfill contracts right away or rearrange your workers to maximize production on future turns? Remember what the rulebook said. You will want to choose a strategy early on and stay committed to it.
Just do whatever Kim did now. Let your workers rest for a while. Yeah. Let's go with rearrange your workers to maximize production on future turns.
What is the very beginning of the game? Your workers haven't even done any work yet.
Let them rest anyway. Okay, make them work a little, but not too much.
That's more like it. You produce a handful of archaeological treasures and a smattering of other resources. Meanwhile, the lieutenant spends 2 of his sugar and 1 of his apricot tokens to complete his contract card. He is rewarded with 4 coins and a round wooden token that he places in the center of the board.
That's a market. It's worth 2 victory points.
Hey, don't I get one of those? Kim, can I do... First time ever, I think I messed up. Glow silently. Yeah, why don't I get one of those?
Don't worry, it was mostly just luck. You'll earn some points soon enough.
What is that patronizing tone? You're one of the suzerain's trusted administrators. you may need to put the lieutenant in his place.
I'm not even sure what points are. That's part of the problem.
Points are nothing. They don't exist. They're just an arbitrary convention that games use to reward or punish players for certain behaviors.
Who came up with such a concept?
Game designers, I imagine?
Am I getting points right now?
There are some paranoid types who believe the moral intern keeps detailed score sheets for everyone in the Real Belt. But that's obviously nonsense.
Well, actually. Harry de Boer. Lieutenant 2-time Yefrita. Double Yefrita. Yeah, they're keeping score. They're keeping score. Maybe next time I'll be a Apocalypse Cop. How about that?
Otherwise, no. There are no points, just your actions and the consequences of those actions.
That's reassuring. That's terrifying.
That's just the way it is. Now, I believe it's your turn.
Glancing over the board, you see several possible strategies. Pressing more workers into service would increase your economic output and help you to survive a possible conflict with the lieutenant. Or you could ignore your labor supply and focus on fulfilling contracts for points and resources.
No, workers all the way.
Those aren't your only options.
Oh?
You could also show your workers how much you appreciate them by investing some of that wealth in them. After all, they're the ones producing wealth for the suzerain.
Sounds like a good idea.
Well, sure, you can do that. It's just not a terribly effective strategy, but then it's up to you.
Invest in your existing workers, press more workers into service, focus on fulfilling contracts. Kim, what should I do?
That's up to you, detective. But remember, the objective of the game is to earn victory points for the suzerain. You should probably pick one strategy and stick to it. Trying to do a little of everything is usually a bad idea.
Well, what about the workers? Why don't we say screw the suzerain and keep it all for ourselves?
The workers are just there to produce raw resources. You're not supposed to worry about them too much.
The lieutenant assumes you're playing by the rules as written. But what's the point of playing if you can't make your own choices?
Yeah, invest in your existing workers.
To the lieutenant's puzzlement, you spend several turns building various improvements to your territorial infrastructure. Soon, your workers have access to clean water, paved roads, and basic hobbies.
You can do that in this
return,
game?
they produce one extra resource per turn.
Gaze on your workers like a benevolent parent. Grimace at them for not working harder.
Too bad investing in your workers just isn't worth many points.
What do you mean?
Take a look at the scoring tables in the back.
Turns to one of the appendices you skipped over earlier.
You see in Table 8C that investing in territorial infrastructure multiplies your final victory point total by 1, which is to say not at all. Whereas erecting monuments in Revachol gives you a multiplier of 5.
So you're saying the values of the ruling class are completely divorced from the well-being of the people who generate their wealth? So you're saying I should treat my workers like disposable labor instead? So you're saying I fucked up? Yeah, let's give him a deep philosophical answer.
Yes, precisely.
Nonsense. Remember what the lieutenant said. If points are arbitrary, who cares about winning? You should reject their system and just play how you want. Now it's the lieutenant's turn to respond. He moves aggressively onto the Safre territory. Soon, his workers are producing a steady supply of extremely valuable apricots.
Extremely valuable apricots?
For several turns,
Are they
you
actually
struggle
apricots?
to respond to the lieutenant's burgeoning apricot empire. Eventually, you relocate the majority of your workers to Supremawindi and Saramaritsa, where they begin producing a bumper crop of cocaine tokens.
Oh, start creating
You
cocaine.
draw a new contract card. According to the text, there's an aristocrat willing to trade a large supply of cocaine for a number of coins and access to a rare bonus. Amplified music worth 7 victory points.
Amplified music.
Oh yeah, baby. Cocaine and rock music go together like cocaine and rock music.
I mean, if he's into it, I guess.
This isn't unlike the situation the historical Revacholian suzerainty faced in Safre in the middle of the last century.
Alright, tell me more.
Well, The suzerain was looking for new markets for all the cocaine it was producing, and it settled on Safari. By introducing cocaine into Safari under exclusive contract, the suzerain created an extremely valuable captive market for an extremely addictive product.
That's fucked up. That's brilliant. What does that have to do with the game?
If you could somehow get the lieutenant's workers addicted to your cocaine, you could not only make them less productive, you would also force the lieutenant to pay you for your cocaine tokens each turn.
Can you even do that? Is this game that comprehensive?
Yes, you can. It's right there in the rules.
Oh,
Now's your chance.
What
Show
a-
the lieutenant what happens when he patronizes you.
this is a very comprehensive
You've
game.
reached a critical strategic juncture. How do you respond to the lieutenant's aggression?
Sorry, Kim, you're not gonna like this. Introduce the lieutenant's workers to cocaine. Tank the lieutenant and steal all his resources. But with all this, let's do something else. Give back to the workers. Rock and roll, baby. Go for the contract. Nah, you're not gonna like this. Lieutenant's face goes stony as you take your turn. He does not appreciate you getting all his workers addicted to cocaine.
With each passing turn, you slowly bleed the lieutenant of coins as his own workers become less productive and more dependent on your magenta cocaine tokens.
Magenta.
As a matter of historical fact, this is almost exactly what happened in Safre. To this day, fully half of the former Safre Empire remains dependent on international aid in exchange for a steady supply of cheap produce.
Just like they did to Sephra.
More or less.
We're thinking less about matters of historical wrongdoings and how to get out of the jam you've put him in.
Realizing victory is slipping away, the lieutenant launches a desperate gambit: protectionism. By erecting tariffs on your cocaine, he hopes to starve you out of the market at the risk of incurring the suzerain's disfavor.
Oh, putting tariffs on my cocaine?
The end game is upon you. Do you escalate the trade war with the lieutenant in hopes of crushing him with your economic might? Or do you ignore his aggression and focus on building the mighty victory column structure in Revachol herself? Alternatively, you could throw the whole game away by trying to build a public education system for the children of your workers. The choice is yours.
For mighty Revachol, go for the victory column. Done, Kim. Launch a trade war. Build a public education system for your workers. Now for mighty Revachol.
Building the ultimate structure requires diligent economic planning, which you completely fail to do.
Oh,
Rather than build a glorious monument to Revachol's economic superiority, you have to settle for a handful of post offices and school for the blind.
A risky gambit, detective. Sorry it didn't pay off.
this dumb game is rigged, I say. Guess I should have gone with more consistent strategy. It's rigged.
Don't be a sore loser, detective. Your moves were your own. Now, let's tally up the scores, shall we?
Computing the final scores is almost a game unto itself. You each spend an inordinate amount of time making stacks of coins, consulting tables, and struggling with basic addition and multiplication.
Struggling with basic.
After double, then triple checking your maths, you have your final score. 15 victory points. The suzerain will not be impressed.
Oh,
I've got 26 points.
Bailey contains smiling, breaking it. Oh,
Don't be
his
glum,
face.
detective. There's always next time. Figuratively, I mean. There's no way we have time to play this game again. Now, let's clean up and get back to work.
You hold the open game box before you.
Damn it! Damn it! I should have thrown it all away. A high pasterno fantastique populaire board game illustrated with bucolic vistas and featuring odd-looking humanoid creatures. It's the 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements module. It can't be played without the main game. Wait, a supplement so I can't play... Wait, what?
Large letters on the front form a title. Wirral. The colorful box is illustrated with bucolic vistas. The cover art also features odd-looking humanoids. Some short, some taller, some with pointy ears, others with ephemeral wings. Text underneath the title in smaller typeface reads, 3rd edition, Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel adds, a sword and sorcery adventure board game with new maps and miniatures. Mysterious things rattle inside. What could they be? Dice? Plastic miniatures? A fantastical alternate world full of magic and wonder? None of that witless man from Hyundai, fascist dross, hidden behind faux realistic allegory. Wirral is no cliche-ridden apologia for colonial violence. Wirral is pure imagination. Yes, the Wirral setting is known for its complicated system of political alignments. But if you're not into that, you can just hack your way through dungeons in search of loot. That's what most people do.
Oh, yeah, I guess I'll do that. Look at the back.
A blurb on the back reads, tired of the tedium and toil of modern life? Escape to Wirral.
This is meant to be
Leave
D&D.
behind e-solas and nations with their petty squabbles. Discard electricity, magnets, and boring technological widgets. Succumb to a world of high pasternal fantastique. Unleash your imagination and create an adventure of endless possibilities. Discover the terrible secret threatening Wirral. Can your band of adventurers save the world?
I'm not sure I can handle all this responsibility. Definitely not. It sounds too dangerous. Yes, we're ready to take on this challenge.
Exactly. That's the spirit.
Hell
All
yeah.
you have to do is read an intricate rulebook.
Ah,
study
not
an
again.
assortment of maps, unfold the illustrated game board, and start rolling dice.
Is it a good idea to play this in the swamp?
In no time, you could be romping through grasslands with low-level characters, hunted by Iskala riders, or
Iskala
battling
riders.
unspeakable monsters in endless dungeons fraught with danger and despair, conjuring up forceful magics to aid your quest.
Magics.
Don't forget heated arguments escalate into physical confrontation with your friends.
Oh yeah,
And
gotta love
beer.
those.
Lots of beer.
Where's my beer?
And most importantly, never forget to rage quit if the dice don't go your way.
No. You always change the dice. Yeah. Open the box.
You pry open the box.
Does that make a
Inside,
difference?
you find a folded up map, a small booklet, a 24-sided die,
24.
and a little plastic figurine.
Look at the map.
A reprint of a crude hand-drawn map. The top left corner reads, Lands of Wirral. The map features both small villages and mid-sized towns with odd names, in addition to meadows, forests, hills, lakes and seas, also with odd names. It doesn't seem to correspond with anything you've seen thus far. It's not a very helpful map.
Oh, it's just like the map of the Interlidian River Shoal. Martinez. Yeah. The Isolas. Look at the booklet.
A quick guide to the magical races of Wirral. Create your own hero, choosing from any of these completely unique and fantastical backgrounds.
Oh.
The options
Character
are in
creation.
order of importance. The Welkin, the Tweog, the humans,
Dweorg.
the fairy folk, and the pygmies.
Dweorg. Besides the dwarves. Dweorg. It's the first time I actually heard how it's pronounced. Read about the Welkin.
The Welkin, tall, lithe, and graceful,
Basically
with long
elves.
flowing hair and pointy ears. They're known for being powerful magic users, but can also hold their own in a brawn-driven fight. The Welkin come with a variety of exciting sub-races. High Welkin, Forest Welkin, Lake Welkin, and Snow Welkin. But if you're not feeling experimental, a basic Welkin will always do.
A basic. Read about the Dweorg.
A grand race of industrious
Dweorg.
mountain people. They're short, stout, and muscular, and enjoy digging for gold and other precious minerals.
Sounds like my
They're
kind of
also
race.
well versed in the art of combat, where they prefer to use axes and hammers. The Tweog also come in a few different sub-races.
Dweorg.
Hill Tweog, Shield Tweog, and Dark Tweog.
Might be a shield Dweorg. I don't even know what that is.
They're just humans, What else is there to tell? They're average in all stats, and jacks of all trades.
They can be anything. Read about the fairy folk.
A very small race of flying people, known for being mischievous, full of trickery. They often lure people into their magical traps. There are no sub-races for the Furies.
Pygmies.
The least popular of the Wirral races, the Pygmies, are short, rotund, and dim-witted. Pygmies live in small villages made of shoddy wooden dwellings. They spend most of their days tilling the earth and smoking their pipes. There are no sub-races for the Pygmies.
Doesn't sound like they do anything spectacular. They're just smaller humans. Alright, look at the die.
It's made from some sort of wood and has been decorated with peculiar plant motifs.
Plants?
You don't know much about dice, but this one looks pretty damn fancy.
Take the dice. I'll use my own dice.
You place the die into your pocket. It's always good to have luck on your side.
Look at the figurine.
You see a man in ragged clothes wearing a lopsided hat and wielding some sort of a firearm.
It's me.
Huh, interesting. A communard.
A what? What's so interesting about that? That doesn't sound very warlike. What?
A communard. One of the leftist revolutionaries in the anti-centennial revolution.
That doesn't sound very warlike.
It is not. The communards are not a part of the game setting. I guess someone misplaced it during the packaging process.
Does this mean we can't play? Maybe someone should make a role-playing game set during the revolution.
I have a feeling the figurines are more there to set the scene than anything else.
Take the figurine.
You pick the figurine up by the base to meet your gaze. The little plastic man stares back at you, his face contorted into a disturbing shout. Then you pocket it. A colorful box.
Oh, we can't play it. Shit. Anyway, what's this? Standard rural die. This basic 24-sided die, sided role-playing die can be used to get rules for several dice. It's made of East Semite snakewood and embellished with plant motifs. It reminds you of playing in Hill Welkins. No, look at the map journal to see which white checks have opened. Wait, what? Figurine set revolutionary. What a nice little figurine. Turn of the century leftist revolutionary in ragged clothes. His head lies a lopsided hat. Seemingly a Ushanka. In his hand he carries a little musket. Anyway, apparently white chicks have opened. Doesn't look like it. Anyway, but didn't spend that long there. Also, I was supposed to put a point into physical instrument. God dang it! Shit! Oh well, whatever. Let's do this. Yeah, we gotta save. He hasn't saved in a while, so yeah. We're gonna get hit by this noise.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice.
Ruby the Instigator.
It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance, but here we are.
As she says the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways.
Just calm my ears.
No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience, way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Okay, my brain's on fire.
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
You're using one of those devices used to send signals through the pale on me.
Wow, check out the big brains on you. You're not entirely wrong.
Rebecca came.
Right behind you, officer.
Doubled over. He's still alive and
A
breathing.
pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Gestures towards something with great effort.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station.
Prime number
It's used
generator.
specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break loose.
Have you experienced this compression right now? Please turn it off. I can't take it anymore. Move on. Just getting handled on anything. Just told about the man who was killed. Now how'd you get your hands on this thing?
I built it myself.
She nods toward the torture
And she's
device.
proud of it too. As she ought to be. This is way beyond your abilities.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah, way beyond.
Shades of death ray. Have you experienced it yourself?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
I'll stay like this forever?
No, once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
Oh, nice. This old grandma's told about the man who was killed.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not the cops, and of herself merely as prey.
Please can you turn it down so I can ask you something?
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise. shadows.
It's a big present now. The lieutenant clutches his head, grimacing.
God damn it.
Guards you and Kim with sudden empathy.
Fine.
Sympathy.
If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
Steps reluctantly out of the shadows. The pain lessens.
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but she can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much.
Let's destroy the machine. How am I going to destroy it? Am I just going to run into it and just knock it over?
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
You're under arrest. See them fireworks, Kim? Glance back. You okay, Kim? You see them fireworks, Kim?
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
What are you doing? Convince her to put the gun down.
You should know the words to say. You've been here yourself. So why is it not coming to you?
Why am I standing here like an idiot?
Because you've been going around pointing a gun at yourself, trying to answer the same question in vain. Her finger squeezes the trigger now.
But she didn't deserve to die like this. I was drunk. I didn't mean it.
No, wait. Finally, it comes to you. A way to connect with her.
I know your pain. I've been let down by a woman too.
She flashes you an incredulous grin. Then she exhales sharply, shakes her head, and pulls the trigger. You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair.
Oh God. What did we just do? She killed herself. Failed to talk her down. It's our fault. I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. Okay? Okay. What do we do now? God.
Fuck.
What did we just do?
Our job. It went really bad. And now we need to clean it up.
She died. How can he be so cold?
She killed herself. Failed to talk her down.
Lieutenant Yefreitor Dubois, control your emotions. We did our job. This won't be the worst thing that happens on this case, believe me. You can't let this break you.
There is no coming back from this one. It will stay with you in nightmares.
It's our fault.
We are cops. Everything is our fault if we let it be.
Okay.
We clean up. It may take days for processing to pick up her body. We need to move it somewhere. That tent there.
Well, anyway, I'm taking that gun. Knocked away. Wait, what? Knocked away a 80 pepper box pistol. Grip this when times are most dire. This double-barreled pistol is a compact, no-nonsense design, more durable than precise. The walnut panel grip is scratched up, bearing the sheen of long wear in the hands of its previous owner. Is this one better? Oh well. Dark water trails in the distance, there is no way out. Dramamine. Cooking utensil. She has prepared herself porridge with bananas. $8, nice. Well,
The
that
plain
didn't go
red
well.
tent stands by dispassionately. It was pitched by practiced hands. She was used to camping out.
Look inside.
You see a rolled up sleeping bag and personal belongings.
We should put her in the sleeping bag, so the rats don't get to her.
Okay, let's carry her over here.
The lieutenant nods.
Hey, her hand's sticking out.
There she lies, cocooned in the sleeping bag, surrounded by empty cigarette packs, books, and half-read magazines. Magazines? You should look through them.
Shine your flashlight on the books and magazines. Oh, I do have my flashlight, yeah.
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Ted peeks in over your shoulder. Sift through the magazines.
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook.
Take it.
You pocket the worn brown leather journal. She watches by, motionless.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
I want to set up the device again. But whatever. Ruby's journal. A well-loved journal with brown leather cover. And the brand name Schneller embossed on the back. It seems to have served as a loyal friend to a lonely traveler.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
Examine.
It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects and engineers.
Let's see.
The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled. The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently. Perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
We could learn a lot from this.
Kind of into logistics.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Professionalism is his coping mechanism.
Well, the diagram's off.
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Anything personal?
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
Betrayal? How far back to the entries go?
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
When she write the day Lily died?
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely.
Loyal to a fault. Loyal to who?
You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it.
I don't think she did it. I don't find... she's not carrying around the murder weapon. What's the most recent entry?
The most recent entry is from today. It reads, Even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
I don't think she killed the mercenary. It looks like she might have been framed. Too bad we didn't really get to hear her side of the story.
Well, it's not like she gave us a chance.
This whole thing was a detour, and a fatal one, he thinks. Don't get emotional.
So she died for nothing? She killed the merc, then turned the gun on herself. Case closed. It's so tidy. Okay, what do you mean, framed? Yep, so tidy.
No, it's dirty.
Kim's posture is unusually rigid. He's used to this sort of thing, but he's not particularly happy about being used to it.
And who do you think killed the merc?
Claudia was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or...
Seems plausible. I don't know.
Either way, we need to keep an eye on her. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Well... Can we,
The plain
examine
red
body?
tent rests stoically in the corner. Ruby's dead body is wrapped in her sleeping bag.
We done fucked it up, didn't we? Really? It's lagging here? My god. Queen stations, Lazarus. Tell me where the shot came from. Check the boardwalk, check the island. Hey, they're gone. Whatever. Can I teleport? No. Maybe we can teleport now. It's closed.
Stop. Just up ahead. Danger. You are prepared. Don't put away your friend, your weapon. The barrels of your Villier's 9mm pistol shine threateningly in the cold spring light.
Kim, I'm scared.
This isn't the time for fear. Go.
It's time. Dual wielding. Only have 2 bullets. Yeah, it seems like it's over.
Shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Oh, and here's the woman.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
Is that a third?
Shut up! Not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. There's something very wrong with him.
It's dangerous.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander.
Never
I think we
seen
should
her
just
before.
kill everyone, Corty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
They will.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Yeah.
Peaceful.
Rude, Hoing armored figure is weak. He's completely armored. I don't even know what it looks like.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
He's not the pawn shop guy, is he?
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
Giant points to the helmeted figure.
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all, heavily armed. The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
We're out of time. This is...
The Mercenary Tribunal.
What do we do?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
The big one is the mercenary at the gate.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
Stop. This is the police. Get between them.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
We can pin it on Ruby
I think he's calmed down a bit.
to actually de-escalate the situation. She's gonna have to be the martyr.
Pig, fuck!
Doesn't sound calm. See, you're drunk. One wrong move and I'm taking you out. Easy now. No one needs to die here today.
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your hand. Feels like it's saying, do it. Shoot him in the mouth. Shoot him before he shoots you. No, wait. It's good you have that gun. It really is. Just soften him up first. Present an argument. I'm
Shoot up in
barely
the air.
keeping you together here. This is it, the big one. If you talk to him, he will rattle you, not the other way around. Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have, then move down from that. Please.
Talk about Hangman. I'm not sure if that will actually be worse. Who is that? I didn't know you had a third guy.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Howen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
Was that Rude? The killer?
The gunner, the raddest, the killer. What do you think he does?
There, on the rim of Owen Cloven's helmet, you count little stick figures. 19, 20, 21.
Count the figures.
About 50 little stick figures. All of them black, plus 2 little white ones in the end. These men served in Seminai, the native islanders.
Kills black people. Tends to the tables. Think you're real tough, huh? This killing is meaningless. I'm a killer too. God, I kill killers. Point to your chest. Good. I kill killers.
That's right. Plenty of kits here in Revachol, too.
T, let's fucking do it. G.
Listen, they didn't do it.
Yeah? Who did that?
Wait, I just need a little time to figure this out. I think it was Titus. I think it was Klosh. It was Ruby. It was me. Someone else. Someone who's not here now. Yeah, we can pin it on Ruby. It was Ruby.
Yeah? The fuck is Ruby?
We just had another
A
gun.
suspect. Ruby is a suspect we chased down on the coast. She was hiding.
She killed herself, I know, but I know she did it. She was wrapped up in some really dangerous La Puta Madre stuff. She was jealous of Lely. She wanted Clash for herself. There's some sordid stuff.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now? Huh? How about the kid? Go ahead. Tell me that confusing shit one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead cop marshal won't decide who...
Think. Why doesn't he believe me?
Your mind grinds to a halt. All you can see is the revolver in the man's armored hand, swaying, pointed at her. You move your mouth like a fish gasping for air.
She's a woman, don't. I'll kill you. No, she wasn't even there.
He pulls the trigger. A plume of smoke erupts from the muzzle. The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
I shot in the stomach. The woman grabs her left side. She's down. Her white shirt soaks a blood red around her abdomen. She gasps for air.
Fuck this!
Pulling something out of his
There's
pocket.
a coarse shuffle against something. Is it a gun?
Gene! Cancel Lizzie! Now!
Talk about the hangman.
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Alright. Who are you, Cordy?
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
Points at the whirling rags.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click softly. Click, click, click. The realization comes to you like a picture puzzle coming together. His name is Raoul Cortiner. The dead man's name is Elise Cortiner.
Oh.
He's brothers with the deceased. No, probably foster brothers. Elise was put into a foster home, remember?
That is true.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer. We're all sentenced to death by lead.
Cortiner. I know that name.
He sways from left to right, inspecting you.
Raoul and Ellis Cortiner. Look him in the eye. Sorry about your brother, Raoul.
He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into place by the same sick fuck.
Then went to the same military academy, and the same unit, and the same war. You're foster brothers, I know that.
Same fucking mud hut town, too.
With his armored glove.
Okay, good.
His parents left him in a fucking leaf compactor.
Ooh, Laylee.
Yes, when he was small, just an infant.
We researched him. We contacted the ICP and looked at his birth records. That was in there. And other things.
They fucking put Laylee in a leaf compactor, and now these cunts finished the job.
Most of the gang huddled by the doors.
There's real anguish in his voice. A drunken sadness suddenly engulfs him. Memories.
It's a mind fuck, Corty. He wasn't put in a leaf compactor. They're making it up to fuck with us. Major, permission to.
Open fire. We can't have that. Interfere now.
But 241, that really happened, didn't it? Listen, your lady, everyone says good things about him. He was a talker. He had blue eyes, didn't he? Your brother.
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man.
Pulling his face in a strange way.
It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down cloths.
41, that really happened, didn't it?
Our colonel did what he had to do. It was either one cunt or 100 of them. Rude here.
And your shit pipe's right in the fucking...
He likes to fire mortars at random coordinates. Wipe out mud huts like that. When he gets bored, Laylee knew how to command.
He was a good commander. I can see you miss him.
Oh yeah. He would have commanded this fuckhell way better than I did. But that didn't happen. Because Hayseed, Bill, and Kipty the Kipt here fucking murdered him. Had him stink the village up for 2 weeks after. And you fucks did nothing.
Listen, man. We told you we...
Told us what? What did you say? Tattoo fuck, you'll die next. Right when the she-kid's out.
Listen, your lady, everyone says good things about him. He was a talker. Probably not. Your brother did not deserve to go out like that. I promise. I will find his killer.
Find his killer? Cop, his killers stand right there, shitting their pants, and you're standing in the way, protecting them.
They didn't...
Shush. Blood's all gone out now. Not long to go until the rattle starts. 1 down, girl. 7 to go.
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
Let's think of an argument.
International something. International law.
Tribunal is against the law, the international law.
Look around, you livestock. We're about to butcher the lot of you. Where is your international law?
There will be ramifications, but there don't need to be. Let's go inside and discuss what our investigation has uncovered. We have important...
We're not fucking coming anywhere, Sailite.
You're drunk. Look at yourselves.
Yes. So what?
Your judgment is impaired. You regret this. Our ghoul is a trick the desert pygmies played on us. Do not succumb to it. Yeah, you regret this.
Yeah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government-ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
Yellowish saliva around his mouth. Wild Pine's rep does not approve of this.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
Wild Pine's not going to forgive you massacring a bunch of innocent people. She's going to be mad when she hears about this.
The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. He's not listening, but looking for an opening.
Let me just say one thing.
Fucking waste this fuck!
Where's Clash? She can explain this.
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs, where is she?
Glacia.
She left!
Unarmed,
Left?
hunched, but keeping it together.
God, what the hell are you doing here?
What am I doing? My fucking establishment is under fire! You know how much windows cost?
What do you mean she left?
She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
Well, I guess I'm gonna have to do it.
A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion.
Look through the smoke rising from the barrel.
The smoke drifts west with the wind. You hear the plaza erupt in violence, slow, like a waterfall in reverse.
Look at Courtenay.
There is a hole in his cheek. Blood gushes out as he stumbles backward, eyes filled with rage and disbelief, gurgling, muttering something unintelligible.
Now shoot the chick.
His lips, moving, swollen with fear, are trying to say, shoot him, but he can't.
Have another bullet.
To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
Kim, where is Kim? Blink, think. We're gonna have to try. Dodge the shot.
You leap left. A swarm of angry lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like the lightest of tucks.
Joy, I am alive. Stop shooting at me. I cannot be killed. I have become immortal.
The man tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke for the next shot. Watch out. To your left, DePaul is about to take a shot too, at Kim.
I can block it.
God, please.
Says quietly without trembling. Aim his face pale.
2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you.
Kim, did he hit the rifleman? Who screamed?
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers.
Good.
Oh God, watch out. You see 2 crazed eyes staring at you through all the smoke and the panic. With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he squeezes the trigger.
Look him in the eye.
The look of vengeance, framed in blood, lips shaking. This is the last thing he'll do on Earth. But he will do it. He is your end. Here it comes. Death.
Let it happen.
You simply blink, then something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it.
Listen through the darkness and the pain.
The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters glass.
Stop! The cop! Protect the cop! He's down!
Touch your lower body.
Feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you got.
But I have the armor on. What parts of me are missing?
Most of what's down there.
I don't care. Fuck me.
You can also feel the bone where the bullet went in. Something very sharp, like broken teeth under your fingers.
What do I see?
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
Out of it, a silhouette appears, crouching over you. You hear a familiar voice filled with urgency and fear. No one wants to do anything with me. No one wants to party with me. The wolf is at the door, Kim. He will eat the sun. Live fast, die old, wince from the pain. Kim, I lied about not remembering who I am. I made it up. I remember everything. There's a white shadow that smells like apricots. It's always there.
Stay with me.
Can't forget it. Even when I drank so much. Said I had a vast soul. Do I have a vast soul? I shouldn't have called her. Now she hates me. She would have started loving me again. But I called her, and now she won't.
Yes, keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him. A slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands.
No, Kim. Just let the darkness take you. Kim truly trusts you. What's this do?
No, you say, and hand out your firearm to him. Your hand trembles, and your eyes are full of fear. That's all it takes. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant moves like a spring unloaded. He grabs the gun from your bloody hand and fires behind him. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So is Kim. Then the whole world.
Fall into total darkness.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
Will I be a ghost now? Good, I want to die. No, let me back into the fight. I'll be a ghost now. Gonna hunt myself?
Brother, you already were a ghost. Up there screaming along with all of them. Scaring each other. Haunting each other. It's the living who are ghosts. The dead are silent. They don't rattle windows or write letters in blood. The living do. Leave them behind. Rest.
Maybe this is a good end. I want to die.
Of course. I know you do. Everybody leaves when they get the chance. Go on, keep falling. Deeper. Take the door.
He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep.
Did the ambulance arrive in time?
And rotting. And being disinfected. And smelling of drugs and feeling saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers. Thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon he will return to the world.
Kim can solve it. I believe it.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets worse.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket.
What?
It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
They fixed up the place.
It's nothing. You're alive. That's what matters.
Kim, I'm alive.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
Lieutenant says he's in the middle of a freshly cleaned room, with the fan above his head like a halo. His face is covered in bruises. Ouch. The room is clean. Piss jacket, Kim. Took it off. What'd you say, Sunrise? What happened? How bad am I hurt?
Yes. The joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off.
The close proximity of death must have made the lieutenant contemplate his life choices. He's done with the jacket.
He never actually wore it.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day. 2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water. Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
My gun, it's engraved on it.
It served you well.
Is it war today?
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say.
He looks out the window.
I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
Good. Pity.
Yes, we have also completely failed, but that's okay. It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
Dramamine? Then it's not that bad. Neither surgical nor organ damage bad.
Dramamine.
But still, under the counter bad.
What happened?
What happened? You shot the major in the face. A firefight ensued.
Is he dead?
Yes.
A blood-stained killer.
I'm a killer.
You're an officer of the RCM. As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged.
I dodged.
Then I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. Glenn did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name.
Eugene.
Yes, he's still alive too. You were bleeding out by then. I think you said something about your wife, and you warned me. I was able to disarm one of them, the Pole, before she got a jump on me. I killed her. And that's what happened.
He's a killer too. So you also killed. Though you only smoked one a day. They're all dead. All three of the contractors. How many casualties on the Union side? Total.
He nods.
This is the one. The Pole was the last to die. Everard had their bodies returned to Crenel for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate.
Why?
Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know.
How many casualties on the Union side total?
5. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, and Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets.
Oh, not Angus. Shanky, though. That rat-faced bastard. Glenn? I know. Glenn reminds me of, Who's that fucker from, Red Dead Redemption 2? The antagonist in that, basically. Theo? Oh, Theo's a good guy.
And Elizabeth, too. Elizabeth Beaufort was her name. The gardener.
Not Liz. She did not make it.
No, she bled out before Everard's surgeon could help her. Everard sent his personal doctor, but a costly loss for the Union. She was being trained for leadership.
If I would have presented the theory better to their leader.
She never had a chance. She should not have been there in the first place. There was no way to convince them.
Stop this line of thought now. You're too broken for ghosts.
And that's
all.
An absolute disaster. It's a total shit show, Kim. Not that bad, all things considered. See how it could have gone any better.
Yes, officer. 6 people are dead. It's not a success.
6? It says 7.
+1. Ruby.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies.
How bad am I hurt?
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome.
So just shot in the leg? Where? Oh yeah, I don't have armor there. Can I walk?
We will see.
Are you hurt?
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me.
Is anyone from my station being to see me?
No.
They don't care about me at all. Good. I don't need them. Really? Isn't that strange?
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
You haven't seen any, have you?
I'm sure they're worried about you.
Not my station, then who treated me?
I did.
I didn't know you could do that. Thank you.
No need.
Okay.
Easy now.
Orange hue of pain.
You can take it. Just don't lean on that leg of yours too heavily.
How are you?
My disco days are done. Feel fantastic. Let's rock. Cares about me. Doesn't matter. Very bad, Kim. Things are very bad.
The lieutenant doesn't reply, just looks at you teetering on your feet.
What happens now, Kim?
I honestly don't know.
You don't know? But I don't know either. Good, because I totally do.
Do you? Because we can't talk to Evrard. The harbor's in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. Joyce has left too, thanks to our meddling.
You don't think it was a good idea?
I don't know what to think. It might not have been a bad idea. There is a pin somewhere in the machine. Something is keeping Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone, and Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
Wait, you've checked? She's really...
Guard confirmed she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up.
Who did it? Who did it then, Kim? Who killed the hangman?
I don't know. I think the dangerous theory you presented on Classio, or whatever her name is, was wrong. We have not found a motive or a weapon for her. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
The fucking Maybells, Kim. The flowers.
What?
That guy showed the dried flower where it falls to pieces. This one, remember?
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to keep everything.
He's wrong.
No, Kim. Every piece of garbage in this city is connected to the case.
Okay.
What about the hole in the wall? Someone's checking her out.
I don't know. That's been there for years.
Goddamn footprints.
Yes. God curse the footprints. Not solving the case for us. Au diable.
Still 28% possibility shot came from a distance.
We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
Antique bullet from a Belle Margaret 446. How hard can it be to find one? How hard can it be?
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullet useless.
There are all these old bunkers and weapon caches. Revolutionary era.
We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
Can't believe they're fucking useless. Just gonna say nothing.
No need to be melodramatic.
The miracle hasn't happened yet. It's not over yet.
He does not know what to reply. Looks out of the window, then back at you. It's morning outside. You think.
You know what I think about solving crimes?
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Solving crimes is hard. Almost impossible. It's super easy. Sure, you want to talk about this crime more, but before I tell you what I think about its hardness. Super easy.
Really? Because to me, it seems solving crimes is hard.
He sounds surprisingly weary. That concussion must be making him dizzy.
You're not ready to give up, are you? That's right. Let's give up. Time to start drinking.
I don't think so. Are you ready to limp?
I'm ready.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
The lieutenant did mention doing more ballistics. Also, it's just close enough to endure the walk.
We should check Miss Arnier Disco Dancer's room upstairs.
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
And the door is open. You can walk right into Kim's room. See gleaming white enamel. No bottles inside.
The bathroom mirror is...
We seem to be okay now. Windows repaired. You replace cars shining in the morning light. You hear traffic outside, back in the old world again.
The bed's a little nut. The fan stands. The switch must be broken, because nothing... The lights are off again.
Stereo A player has been reunited with its right speaker. I'm set for 6:50 AM.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You may have notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
Thank you for keeping this thing alive a little longer. But yourself such a burden. Should just fuck off. Saw apocalyptic visions of the darkness, behind darkness. Behind darkness. Thought I was dead for a moment.
Back there on the plaza, I think you very nearly had a heart attack. Alcoholism has damaged you more than bullets have. We should go.
Additional supplies in a cupboard, near a scalpel, antibiotics.
I am sure neither of us feels solid enough to keep loitering in this room. Let's go.
His room's so shit. Alright. Let's equip some better stuff. No need for a gun because I'm out of bullets. There you go. Maybe you don't run, I'll be okay. She left a letter. So she left something behind on the table.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift?
What could this gift be? Seems like she left in a hurry.
I am not drawing my gun, yet, but I don't like gifts.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster as he studies the note. Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
It's hardly surprising.
Man, this armor is fucking useless. After all that, I get shot in the fucking leg. Red thread, made of nylon, leads out of the room and onto the roof.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman, only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
So that's the bullet trajectory. But that's nowhere near the fracture.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside.
Where's the thread lead?
Suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime. The island in the bay.
She's trying to tell us the shot came from the islet? Islet? How does she know how to do this?
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass. It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
Of course we don't trust her. This is her way of saying she's sorry. Just don't know.
I find that hard to believe. But at this point, what difference does it make? Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
There are ruins on that islet. A sunken seafort islet. I saw it through the coin-operated viewer.
I remember.
So the location we have yet to rule out.
So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
Seem unenthusiastic. Here you go now. Yeah, it's not gonna work. This is something else amiss.
I just haven't gotten a lot of sleep these past few days.
Maybe you should take it, and then I'll do it myself.
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything.
We need to go to that island.
There, across the grey water, amidst crumbling concrete, a birch tree, and the half-sunken ruins of a flak tower.
I remember an anti-aircraft gun, or the ruins of one, on the island, from the coin-operated viewer.
Could be the makings of a sniper's nest.
Why not? Military fortifications are made for that kind of thing.
Yeah, but it's also very difficult to shoot from that angle. Unless you're an absolute beast of a sniper. Kim, let's go to the fucking island. Go to the island. Are you in? Actually, yeah. Let's not go to the... I'm going. Are you going? Are you coming, kid?
Of course, of course. I mean...
Takes a second to gather himself, and then said...
How do we get there? Joyce Messier had her sloop, but she's gone.
Well, I was originally planning to take her sloop there, but... Whatever. Lily and the net picker. She's tarring her boat.
Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Let's talk to guard.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
I did. Thank you. Big improvement. Could have used more work after all. I just took a bullet for this place. It was too distracted to notice.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire. I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway, I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. Just felt I needed to specify that.
Yeah. Where did everyone go?
Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
What happened to the man with the sunglasses?
I don't remember everyone who comes here.
The cop.
Many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad.
Okay, so I have to mention. When it happened, you were right out there on the balcony.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. That's because I'm a badass.
Yeah, guess you are a badass. You say it has two different words like that. It sounds like there's something wrong with your ass. Just not stoically.
Yeah, I don't know. Clients were panicking. And also, I guess I sort of found out that I don't give a shit if I die.
He means it.
Didn't care.
It's not just boasting. It's something he discovered about himself. Stepping onto that balcony.
Alright, thanks.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
Goodbye. Protected this place. This is where I sang. Of course I'm protected. Hey, he's still here.
Hi again, gendarme.
What are you doing
Admiring
here?
the atmosphere. What about you, officer?
I live here. My room is right upstairs. I'm here to kick some ass and solve the case I'm working on. I don't know what I'm doing here. Just go wherever life takes me.
Maybe you should figure it out, detective. Bye-bye.
Alright. Like he doesn't care about the shootout at all. Alright? About this guy. It's all about money, you know. Didn't want Liz to die.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his bear in welcome.
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you. But I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately. That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that.
Unmistakable respect.
I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for intervening, fellas. That was mighty brave of you.
He extends his hand.
This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances.
No need to thank me. Just doing my job. It's an honor to fight by your side. This was a pillow fight compared to the gloaming that is soon at hand. shall all perish in the coming cleanse. I superstarred the shit out of that. Shake hands, nodding silence. Look, I need to talk to you. Actually, I just came to say goodbye.
Take care, Copper.
What does it say?
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Skull.
Looks like Cindy the Skull finally found the words for her masterpiece.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
This my fuel?
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
Smell heavy fuel oil.
And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
Step back, Lieutenant. Set the graffito on fire with a lit cigarette.
The fuel oil catches fire immediately with a low hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the lettering. Rain turns to vapor above the burning message, mingling with the black smoke.
Disco Elysium. You've been police mayonnaise. God, I'm on my way. Stare grimly into the flames. Disco Elysium.
The lieutenant has taken a small step back. He looks at your face illuminated by the flames and nods silently. Then the fire falters. The flames warmed him too. Not at all in a bad way.
Let's go to that island.
Slowly, the flames subside, the fuel burning out. The air still smells of mazout and springtime.
Hey, buddy. Had a hell of a time?
Sure. You set it on fire. What kind of a policeman are you?
A beacon of light in the dull shores of mediocrity. You're welcome, mayonnaise. Sorry, it's an accident, I'm sorry. Policeman of the state yet to come. Herald of the apocalypse. Fuel was an environmental hazard, I had to get rid of it somehow.
Oh, well, thank you, officer. It certainly lightened the mood. Very cozy, like a little street fair almost.
Well, seeing as I have some points, the physical instrument. Let's do it.
This orange machine is dead still. It has ice squeaks beneath your cavals and it's already unplugged. They're turning the it's all gone now. What better to assuage the creep? Only the red cable is somewhere, a machine. This orange machine turning the crank feels odd. It's all gone now. What better to assuage the two cables, something
very smart.
This orange machine is
Well, I couldn't do it. Actually, I have one more point. Alright, let's do it.
This orange machine is dead. Ice squeaks beneath and it's already unplugged.
Oh my god. Alright, let's get to that island. I'm gonna talk to Cindy the Skull. Actually, you know what? Can I fast travel? Yeah. Fisherman. Need you to take us somewhere.
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
You seem angry. Why?
Look at you. You can barely walk.
It's nothing. I got shot in the foot. It was pretty badass. You would have liked it. Some people hurt me. I got shot in the foot. It's pretty badass.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
Should see the other guys. 2 dead, 1 in the hospital.
So you're a killer? That's good, I guess. Better than being dead.
Scoff in a masculine manner. I was a killer long before this happened.
I've always taken you for one, that's for sure. Not a lot of RCM men who aren't killers.
I have a question for you.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
Let's go on a date. Need to get to that island.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
2 days of sunshine. Just got a bacterial infection.
I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with ether, will you? Don't get too many RCM men round here. Be sad to lose the first one.
That's cool. You boasting your bacterial infection like that.
What's on that island? I saw some kind of ruins through the binoculars.
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
Said you haven't been there yourself. Who has then, if not you?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me.
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying days of the revolution against coalition forces before they took this city.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
Which kids?
The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Can we borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back. And no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat. And no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
Not unlimited. What if I want to rock?
See, that makes me not want to lend you my skiff. On a boat, rocking leads to capsizing. That there is an absolutely 100% rock-free skiff. You got that?
Is there anything I should know about getting there?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Yep. Thank you. We'll use the skiff to get there.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
We'll row. See if we can get anything out of the twins. Maybe her. Let's talk. Hello.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope that
I got shot.
Even I can see that. I told you not to bring your trouble with you, policeman. We've got troubles of our own here. Though I suppose you took the worst of it. Turns out you were your own ill omen.
There's no time for jokes. Can't you see I'm in pain? Guess you were right. Men with guns are always coming for me after all.
I'm not sure those were the last of the men with guns either. There are always more coming for your kind, officer.
Then we'll be ready for them.
I'm gonna get more bullets there. Got one bullet.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him.
You've been to the island, right?
On that island?
Yes, that one. I need to know what's there. No, some other island. Of course, that one.
Okay.
I need you to tell me what you know about it. What's on the island?
That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
Wait, you mean shells?
I don't know what those are.
What then?
They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Fire guy.
They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
Someone lives on the island?
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Why is he the fire guy?
Because he asks to put the fire out.
Why does he ask you to put the fire out?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
You just sounds like a little tin soldier. You mentioned something about lights?
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Past the street light.
Yes.
Is there anything else you can tell me about this guy? Age? Does he live there?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
So he goes out.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know.
No come.
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Your father used to go to that island too, didn't he?
Our father killed himself. Don't say that, he didn't.
Punches him. The boy's eyes well up like he's about to start crying. Father did not kill himself. Killed himself, alright. Your father did not kill himself.
I don't know.
Made the claims. Finds himself unsure of it. He looks around.
Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you. Father isn't the fire guy.
The two things are unconnected. Your question didn't make sense.
Our father didn't say that, he didn't.
Shut up. Don't punch your brother, please. Don't start crying. We still need to ask more questions.
I'm not gonna start crying.
Gain control of his quivering chin.
Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you.
The two things are unconnected.
So you know?
Your question didn't.
Is there anything more you can tell me about the island? There's a what?
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Bye kids, take care. Right. Since I'm here. Let's do it, baby! Alright, also I gotta keep a note on which ones are the best ones. I know Dumpty Dum is the best. Humpty Dumpty Dum. 10 XP to Real. This one's pretty good too. J'avoue. So those are the two that are the best, I find. No, I think it's on the jetty.
Yes?
I'm talking about
What
you.
about me?
Secret.
No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the eye. It's like you're locked. The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to get good.
Don't trust me now. Shit. Even the Insulindian miracle is not ready yet.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. The boat's belly is a shiny yellow color, industrial paint over fresh tar. You see it reflect off the water, along with the factory number, A72. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now?
Yeah. It's time to end this.
Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
You take the engine, Kim. I'll hold the boombox.
What?
What? What? How else do we blast Sad FM on our way to the island? You heard me. Don't make me repeat myself.
Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
Sad FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart.
Getting and ride to the island. I thought I'd be sitting down.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever.
Oh, it's that bunker. That would have been the way to cross.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance. Let's go.
Makeshift bridge. The bones are powerful enough to break the foundation. Once the chain trails off in the ocean.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
This leads to the depot and the land's end.
Ah, yes, so it seems.
What do you think it's used for?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
Lock it from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
We should raise it. Some fuels leak down the barrel of black viscous. There's a lingering trace of mesnut in the air. Tension flammable. Flammable, huh?
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
What is that flutter?
The flock of quail departs. Now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105.
Beneath the flutter.
On the islet, there is almost no wind, just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline. Long dried leaves chafing against each other. The great ghost of the air is holding its breath.
To the west.
A silent hiss. Sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree.
To the east.
The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand. The low tide filtered through its grains. A bird tending to its feathers.
Ahead.
A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building.
Beyond that, further north.
Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossacks flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless.
Below the silence.
Col de Mamadakwa. We are way out now. Way out in the west.
Col de Mamadak?
No, it's just your imagination. You can't hear such things.
Kim.
Yes?
This is where a lesser man would stop to think about the pain shooting up his right leg and into his groin. Not you. You're concentrated on how.
It's pretty silent, silent. Have you noticed how quiet it is? It's really fucking silent and silent.
It is. Is that why we are stopping?
Sorry, let's move. Wait, I have to listen to one more thing.
The lieutenant nods in silence.
Oh, we head inside. It's called the Mama Dakwa, actually. And when you get up there, the stars are gone. Got burst from like a coin-operated viewer, still holding on. So I have to go through? This wants an armament rest. Careful, these stairs have collapsed.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Pour fuel into the tank.
The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
Pull the rope.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Where these wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere?
Tap on the side.
The tank is far from full, but there should be enough inside to keep it going for a day.
Books, mostly fantastic and historical fiction. Found our shirt. You stained with sauce and fire. Survivor's kitchen. Found a found shirt. This found training shirt has seen one wash too many. It retains its unusual design, one sleeve short, the other long, but little of its original colors. A giant air swooshes across the chest, now in grey. Mothbin bedsheet keeps the window shut. Wind down. Army surplus winter scarf. This towy old scarf itches when wrapped around the neck. It has humanitarian aid written all over it. Yet you know that thousands all over the Isla are suffering the same fate as you. The fate of uncomfortable army surplus scarves. See candles planted on a broken rangefinder.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized. Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures, popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Conceptualization. Let's do it.
Not that you can tell. This is a
that's pretty
digest of
close.
someone who's dead bored. Most of it is for entertainment purposes. Fittingly right next to the radiola on the floor.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
Maybe it's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude mag. More than that, you can't say.
Guess it wasn't enough.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft-cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
How recently?
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Maybe a little shut-eye, just an hour. Your time to rest now.
Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
This great blast door must weigh over 10 tons. Rust peels off.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
It's on the other side.
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
How do we open this?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He looks at the door, then at its bigger brother, and then at the lock.
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
You're right. We open the big one. Do you see controls anywhere? I find us not opening it highly unlikely. Sure, you're right. We won't have to open it.
Alright, I retract my statement. It was naive. Let's look around and get it open.
Oh, a hatch. Hatch is jammed shut. Oh, shit. Firing slits. You can see and you can't see inside. Must have been a direct hit to take out such a huge chunk. Distant sound of cargo ships. Signal horns echo in the water. I'm hearing something. What's that noise? Called the Mama Duck. It's moving. Ash cracks under your feet. Be careful not to walk through. You must be moving along with me.
A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all and walk in. With a bottle in your hand.
Bottle in my hand?
Always.
Why?
Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you, smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal.
Apricots.
Maybe. You know it's going to hurt.
But it's cold.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
Yes, please. No.
Oh, fuck, yes. Go there in your head. It's been days since you thought about her. A week. No, we're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
Raise your sight.
In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long.
Which is broken, rusts in what remains of the chain. There's a lot of cold and Mama Duckwas around here. Pain in your pelvis makes you wince, then you continue. the inside of the fortress, you make out the console on the blast door. Except for that supply, this chain is long gone from the coast. Got some fuel. Weathered artillery map showing coordinates of the Bay of Revachol. There's still some fuel in this spattered canister, a liter or two. The metal looks decades old. The logo of the automotive manufacturer Lum has faded on the side. Our machine cabinet, newly stocked with drawmean. Oh, I'll take that.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Inspect the mattress.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns, and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Pick one out of the can.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri. Contemporary Revacholians prefer Druan, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grad. Tio Moteri is favored by older men for its paper filter tips, sweet smell, and added tar.
Tio Mutri. Like the ones we found at Land's End, remember? Yeah, he did notice those. Someone's been smoking Tio Mutri cigarettes. Not a lot of that around.
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This means the same person could have visited both locations. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside, though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
Inspect the wall.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Touch the concrete first.
Quite old and grimy, from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Look through the hole in the concrete.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water, the ruins look familiar.
On the left.
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Gislain, 33A and 33B.
On the right.
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags. Rue de Saint-Gislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
And between the two.
The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
Motherfucker. There it is. Can't be 100% certain, but...
What? Do you have a line of sight to the window?
What are you talking about? Can't be certain. It's certain.
Kim, with a pair of binoculars, I would have been able to see inside the room. Yes, there's an opening between 33A and 10. I can see the roof.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Kim, I could make it. I could make the shot. I don't want to boast.
I think we have it. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
3 pats in a row, finally. Better late than never. Why didn't we come here before? Because we couldn't. Booyah. Must have got work. Better late than never.
Nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
7 people are dead.
Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
The lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him.
We will make up for it. Here. I feel it.
Could the shooter still be here?
Where?
Manes, on this island. Right here.
You think so? We would see them if they were here. But this island, on the other hand.
I think he's here.
Or she. We should move.
But why'd they shoot? Because they could. The eyes on your back, someone's watching you, but you can't see where. Water rushes below, far down below.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
Run your fingers across the keyboard.
The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
What is this then?
The console of an antique computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here.
Could this open the blast door?
I think, yes. Let's see. That one. The emergency open.
Push light, interior.
The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle, a dim ambient orange.
Slide radio dial.
The dial slides under the glass, dark and silent. Restoring electric power has not breathed life into it.
Turn emergency open.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
After you.
Before, outside, when we were walking across this sand, I felt someone watching me. It's there. We're getting into another fight.
So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here. I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
Don't worry. I have a gun.
Checks the barrels and holsters it again. I also have a gun.
I know. It was not easy to acquire.
Let's go. Rubber dinghy. It's deflated. Broken. Small white flowers blossom all around you. Interlindian maybells. The air smells sweet and scary somehow. Well, let's talk to him.
An old man, wearing tracksuit trousers, leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth. then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
You've retained your eyesight.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
Are you the fire guy?
The what now? I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell two kids to put out their fire? Two twins?
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position sounds like a hiding place.
He's a surviving revolutionary, probably.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
I fueled the generator, then used the console.
I should have burned that console down.
How'd you know I was coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
But you didn't say that, Kim. It was not rock and roll. It was sad FM. It's not reactionary. It was cool.
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges. Sadness is a mental illness. A weapon of the bourgeoisie. The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating, mental illness music.
Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Is that Bell Margrave?
It's a Triangong 446.
Triangong.
Southeast Samarin made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
That's the rifle.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
The Sinyao commune?
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk wiped from the board.
Your weapon has stayed true to you. Mine has stayed true to me too. Show him the gun in your hand.
Yes. I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck. Have you come to make me one of them?
His grip on the rifle tightens.
His right eye twitches. With what? Fear? Rage?
We have come to ask you questions. Nothing more.
Lieutenant puts his hand on his holster.
If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
So I need you to put down that gun so we can talk further. We're with the police. I'm with the police. You can keep the gun, but keep it down. No one move.
No. Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
And looks at it lying. And looks at it lying there.
Like an amputated limb in the sand.
Let's pick it up. We have a gun lying in the sand.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire.
Inspect it closer.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
It's, as he said, it's a triangle made in Sinyao.
No one said it has to be Bell Margrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a triangle, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanty Shanty. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
This uses jacketed ammunition 446.
The right type and the right calibre.
He's liking this.
So the gun.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross. Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol.
It's quite a title.
I am a deserter,
Deserter?
partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
His eyes turn to the reeds again, dead and dull.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insulindian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the Commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
You've been on this island for 43 years?
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
Again, you've been hiding here for 43 years?
43 years and 10 months.
It's insane. It's steadfast. Never know what that is.
It's inhuman. It's sick. It's not how a human being should live, but I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
He looks across the water.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41.
Always waiting.
The old man turns his eyes from the shore and back to you. For what?
For her to return.
For her. Dolores Day.
Her who?
Girl, child, revolution.
I come from there. Point to the mainland. I can assure you that is not what the people are planning. I've been there. The city is a tinderbox. It may still happen. I've seen it. Capital is too powerful. The rich are very well organized. Women will always betray you.
Women are more susceptible to bourgeois morals. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for our revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
You said you deserted your unit?
I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Lapse of faith?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism A second is all it took.
For what? For you to desert?
For a reaction to take hold.
It wasn't a reaction. You were just afraid. And when was this exactly? What's reaction?
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men. It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
And this was when?
Lieutenant instinctively looks to his notebook, but does not take it out.
May the 13th, 08. 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic? It's enough for nothing. Dark magic.
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower.
Gestures towards it.
Huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon. But I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
He looks east.
A terrible shame still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
You didn't go to the map room?
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
He looks at the sky. What was that?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
That's definitely enough now. Seen what?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know that the bourgeois are not human.
You've lost your mind. I've always suspected the same. That's definitely enough now. Say nothing, let him finish. I've always suspected the same.
Now is not the time, Lieutenant Yefreto.
I had to. I had to fight it. I could not stop anymore.
His black eyes keep piercing your skin as he looks to some great distance behind you, shaking his head slowly, retreating from it. Where is this place, this island?
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
What was it used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
You mean the landing? Retaking of Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
First, I'm not one of them.
Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people death blow?
Coalition army. Someone who's come to end this madness. Murderers. I know what you mean.
You don't know. You haven't seen it. Iblis.
Iblis?
The black-eyed angel.
How have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
What do you steal?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
Then puts his hand on his belly.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
We also have Druamine.
We have Dramamine and other opioid-based painkillers. You must be in pain. This is a serious situation. You need to be looked over and we can do it. How have you coped mentally? Thank you for clearing that up. Yeah, we have Dramamine.
I have been running out of that stuff.
Goes on in his eyes. He smacks his dry lips.
There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is addicted to painkillers by now.
You like that Dramamine, don't you?
It's the little joys. A dark joke. A sunshiny day. Morphine. There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund. I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of...
His eyes roll into his skull and back.
I don't even know what. Inferno?
I also live in hell. I have holes in my brain. Point to your head. Nurse the lieutenant's about to say something.
No wonder. All your minds are rotting from the radio waves. I watched the traitors of this city turn the lights back on. More and more each year. Ruins glittering in the dark like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
His face parched from the sun and wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
Never you concealed yourself all these years.
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
How'd you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
He falls silent, his gaze fixed on the shacks huddled together across the water. Why don't you just walk there?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
The weapons cache under St. Ghislaine 22B. In the basement. Have you been there?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
They were. They were damaged beyond use.
I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
There's a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you stayed there?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
2 young boys. Killed themselves?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
One more question. Do you smoke 2 Mutri cigarettes?
I do.
Never smoked them on the mainland?
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
He's just stuck in his time and I'm not sure if he's unable or simply unwilling to move on. Tell me another thing.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You said this is your termless surrender.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
We're not coalition appointed. We just try to help people. That's right. We're with the good guys. We enforce the law. We keep those animals from killing each other. I know what it looks like, but I have secret plans to turn the RCM into a Mazovian revolutionary unit. With the RCM, say about that. I'm just trying to help people.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
So you're a communist soldier from the communist army?
No, I am not a soldier.
He's a deserter.
I'm an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
But you said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
Wait, what does a political commissar do?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a night philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
That means you are a trained communist, right?
He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
Point to yourself. I'm a moralist. Not really into politics myself, so nothing. Yeah, I'm a moralist.
No, you're not. You're part of the meat shield. The human shield that surrounds the fascists while they kill and rape. That's what you are.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology.
Turns to the old man.
We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more.
I have another
Just
serious question
passes
for you.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
I've been using this gun for.
I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Wait, so which one do I say then?
Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look at you, and in them a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull.
What?
All is not as it seems.
Detective.
Well, it's not as it seems. Is that gonna shoot and kill Colonel the security contractor Colonel? No, you want to tell me. You have killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two? So you're saying you killed people after active fighting stopped?
What did I just say?
Fresh something out of his eye.
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
I don't know what you said. No euphemism. You want to tell me?
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
Did you use like... Oh. Did I accidentally do that? Oh, whatever. And kill Colonel, the security contractor Colonel?
The who now?
Cops his ear.
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
The corpse in ceramic armor. Hanging behind the Welling Rex. Did you shoot him? The fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of March 4th. His name was Alice Courtenay. He was a part of security detail here in Marnaise. A beautiful, strong man sent here by the Honorable Private Military Company, Cornell. You know what I mean. Dramatic flair? Let's do it.
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
Takes a sudden step toward him.
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember.
Come on, what am I forgetting? Hit yourself on the side of your head.
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Oh yes, my head hurts now.
Who cares? There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. And on Clausia's balcony.
Maybe they were in cahoots?
Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Of course. Thank you, Head. Thank you. Ow.
Yes, ouch. So good it hurts. Those were not modern prints.
There were Maybells behind the victim's window. Show him the dried flower.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly, nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinaise. Only here.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May before they ruined it.
Does she have a hand in it? To seduce him and then to present the deserter with the opportunity to do it?
South, the Bay of Martinaise is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
Curious tremor passes his face. A young woman called Claji. Ring any bells? These dried flowers were behind her window.
Claji.
You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim?
He turns his sight from the whitening field of flowers and falls silent. Then the muscles in his jaw twitch, a spasm.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst.
Wonder what brand of boots you're wearing.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa.
It looks like he's running shoes, covered in mud.
Show me the soles, please, Mr. Doras.
Fucking imbecile.
The old man stretches out his leg. A black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of his worn-out running shoes on his feet.
The maker is Sensorique. The model is Cordobe, and the size is 43. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
Maybe it's simpler than that. Who cares about shoes? We got you without the prints, too.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
People change shoes. Doesn't mean you weren't there, near the room the victim died in, sneaking around.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance.
I don't need your cooperation. I've got this. Show him the triangle. 446.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
He saw it.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. So he saw you. Okay, so what? Don't let it divert you.
Saved a lot of them. Their leader, Titus. We handled that situation. Okay then. Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
You think we have the murder weapon? Fine, we have the murder weapon.
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon.
Good.
There was a single line.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
This glances into the reeds and twitches once more.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
He was a rapist. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it. He was a killer, but he was still under the protection of the law. He was a soldier too. He was a man.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner.
Maybe.
Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
So you shot him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. His fists begin to tremble from the anger.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
Hold your breath. How did you... Just nod.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them. In phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
He begins to smile.
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death. And that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white. Or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
So you just decided to kill for fun?
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Lieutenant asks after a second of silence.
Yes.
Single word is all he
And you
gives.
were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
Lieutenant takes out his notebook slowly, very slowly.
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
Shrugs, then smacks his lips.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from.
He was probably spying on her.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them that night?
I'm always looking.
He cocks his head to the side, then turns his eyes to the city. Another tremor passes his right side, lower in intensity.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
You pull the trigger?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
We've got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
What specifically did you not like about what you saw that night at the murder?
Them fucking. I didn't like that.
So you were jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
How long had you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building.
Oh, he probably
It was dark, still winter.
got her
She didn't have a
stuff.
skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Probably got her documents.
Past the Fell building on the coast. What was she doing there?
Hiding away her shit.
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
And beautiful.
And beautiful.
That, too.
How could you see what she looked like? You said it was dark.
The sun came up. Her hair was like cobwebs. She smoked more fags and snorted a line of whatever shit she was on right there. She needed it just to move.
What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Bleu.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
This is the hidden buoy she told us about. You looked into it?
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
Are you sure? We checked the submersible, there was nothing there.
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
A strange confusion comes over him from time to time. Some kind of aberration of the nervous system.
He saw her name on the passport, but before, when I said her name is Clausier, he didn't seem to recognize it.
It didn't say Clausia in there.
What did it say her name was in the passport?
It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo.
Moving on, did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks. And a body, hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you.
How'd you see all this? The bruises? That she was beaten?
I'm not blind, am I?
How does he know those minute details about her body? Must have seen it.
It quickly comes to you.
The bruises on her body. Any chance you've seen them through a hole in the wall? Ever see her through a window? On a roof?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife.
Masturbating. Everything in him fills with impossible longing, all at once.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife. Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
You ever see her through a window on a roof?
Like that, too? Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
You've been through the secret realm behind the welling and rags. Those were your footprints there. You just changed your shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
And that too.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
Keep shaking his head.
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Points towards the whirling rags.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
Did you have feelings for that woman?
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough. The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying? Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
There have been others? Was that why you left the dried flowers behind her window?
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something. No.
Sunflower on a withered stalk. Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was this?
The day after I killed him.
And you brought her Maybells?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
You want to console her. Want to manipulate her. Want to console her.
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
He wipes his eye.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more.
So in conclusion, it wasn't about him. It was about her.
Her.
Staring at the ashes, then the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eye.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
She got away. We don't know where she is. She got away, but she led us here first. She figured out someone was watching her from the sea fort. We arrested her. I'm not at liberty to say.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter. Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, cold rain falls on 40-story towers. Above them, Lausanne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the grey sky by a web of suspension wiring encircled by hybrid aircraft.
Look north.
On the platform, A young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving, for another, far south. Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Street lights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible, if she didn't squint her eyes. He knew she knows. She was looking at the island, figuring it out, day by day, cigarette by cigarette.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
Been looking at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
How come?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Mr. Claire?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Anything more?
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. Intense, like animals, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
Keeps shaking his head with sorrow at the sight he missed. That all?
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cop parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too.
Oh, Renee.
Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Koyamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead.
Mm-hmm. Now I have some questions about this.
We did good when we pushed him under the horse car. Until, in the 30s, those disco whores.
Cannot make out a single word.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter.
You mentioned our union is social democratic, and Mr. Clare is a farce of social democrat. By the cock parading in his colorful uniform you mean, Renee? Disco horse?
Horse.
Is all he says, even that way has to be pushed through his teeth with great force. The rage seethes too hard. Okay,
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass.
Never clear.
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
He's a smart one. Doesn't Everett run the Union?
That mobster toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no political education. His twin, Edgar Clare, that one's been to one of those East Revachol universities. He talks a big game about uprising and alienation and so on.
You've talked to Edgar?
First against the wall with him.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to.
Have you approached them?
I haven't approached anyone. I hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains.
Points to the path leading to the tower.
Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was the man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
Won't rat you out? When was this?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
What'd you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Mazov. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Mazov. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
And he'll let you be here?
Let me be here? The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
Mr. Joss, did you kill the criminal mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
You did it for love.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Mazovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them. But he's insinuating something. There is more here. You can feel it. He was not outright lying, but almost. Oh no, the connection doesn't come to you on such a pivotal moment. Dumbo, do something. You can't zone out now. This isn't Doodaloo dance time. Slap yourself in the head again. Jumpstart it.
Wait, it was about him meeting Edgar and a deal. Something with the union boss. Punch yourself in the head. Kim, what do you think about this,
Officer.
Lieutenant wants you beat yourself in the head. Again. The second time in this interview.
Mr. Dross, about this deal you made with Edgar, the death of the criminal mercenary was only coincidentally beneficial to the Clares. But what about the other people you've killed for them?
Other people?
Like the previous 4 women of the Union.
That's it. That's what you weren't connecting yourself.
Ah, yes. That's how they got into power.
I didn't fight 40 years to end up an informant for the international regime. What happened, happened.
Still dumb. Your eyes are transfixed on his digit. It's yellow with nicotine. You are the law. He must divulge the information.
Kim, we're not solving this part. What do we do?
Look who's up. from the drunken stupor. This one's worse for wear than me. Emotionally frayed. Life is hard for us human beings in deregulation hell, isn't it?
We will have plenty of time to talk about this later, Mr. Dross. When you're in pre-detention. It can take years in pre-detention.
Go ahead. I've been in solitary confinement my whole life.
Ease off it. This was not an unmitigated disaster. The lieutenant mitigated it. Just proceed calmly.
About the contemporaneous California uniform you mean, Renee?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A patank maniac race traitor.
No, I don't know about. Whoa, let's back off before you get too agitated.
I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him, personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one.
With his shaky figure and points to the city, toward the crater near the plaza where a lonely pine tree stands.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
There's no one there.
Fat and plump. Like a pheasant. Just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross. Shoot me.
You'd like to kill him? It's definitely back off now. Calm down.
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bomb melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Rene. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel.
You let out a wistful sigh.
Better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one. For him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Renee is dead. He died of old age a couple of days ago. Bad arthritis, yes. He's not playing this week.
No.
Yes.
I waited too long. I waited too long and now he's dead?
No, come on, looks at you. His blackberry eyes shaking. You missed your opportunity.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand you knew him for a long time.
They're all dead now. Fuck him.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands. His health ailing.
You cared about him? I'm sorry. You okay, Mr. Josh? To go on? You had 1,000 chances to kill him.
And I blew them all. What does it matter now? He's gone. Ancient dust.
He reminded him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You tried to think of something else. But no. It's just hatred.
They were both stuck in the past. Cared about him?
All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. Now, God damn this one.
Sorry.
Fuck you.
You okay, Mr. Joss? To go on?
You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and die. All the other plans we had. To love. To colonize the Pale. It's all fucked.
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange is keeping him together, making him endure.
Glad we talked about this
Glad
now.
we talked about what?
His lip curled.
Glad we talked about what?
Alright, assess his body language.
For a 60-year-old man with stomach trouble, who spent his entire life alone on an uninhabited island, he seems surprisingly fit.
That's it?
He's clearly a drug user of the painkiller sort, prone to erratic hand gestures, and malnourished. But that's it. The moment passes, and you say,
Alright. Iosif Lilianovich Dross. You're under arrest for the murder of Elis Cortanea.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
Taken to the where?
the sum of all the erratic movements, fidgeting, and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
Kim is afraid.
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
Nuxa reads, eyes submerged in growing terror.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Wait.
There it is again. To your north.
Critical success.
As it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in the middle of it...
What?
Something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
A very small violin.
Maybe
What
there
small
is room
violin?
for 3 on the boat.
Shush, Kim. Do you hear that?
What?
What are you talking about? Is this really us?
Your skin crawls.
The Pale. It's here. Oh no, it's the Phasmid.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
Just blink. What's that?
It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
What is that?
What are you talking about?
No man looks at the reeds, then at you. Giant stick insect. I don't know what the hell that is.
There's nothing there.
It looks
The
confused.
stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hands rise instinctively.
There is. I see it. It's finally gone insane.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Kim, can you see it?
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Well, yeah, I'll have to end it here because it's taking way too long. Alright, hopefully next time I do this it won't just be like an hour, but it might be. So, I'll catch you guys then. Peach.